And good evening from Pompeii. Hello, Michael. Telescope 1 is up. Skycam is up, showing where the moon is. We'll leave the Skycam up as long as it is not fogged up. Good evening, boring. We're trying to convince Dwarf to behave. So far, not much luck. That's the problem. Hello, Duncan. All right, we have a moon. Let's see if we can convince it to track the moon. As you can tell, the quality of the picture on Seestar is superior to that on Dwarf. Glass has its privileges. Seestar has twice as much glass as Dwarf. Alright, time to get the third telescope up and running. No, Mars is already set to the west and we cannot look at it. Okay, time to put Stellina outside. I'll be back. Alright, Stellina is sitting outside. Want to see if we can talk to Stellina. Among the three telescopes, Stellina is the only one that does not use WPA. It uses open internet, which is fine with me. Let's see the best way to arrange these guys. See the plane? Wow! That was a beauty. It took place at 1740. Yeah, we did that on purpose. Not. There are people actually who sit next to final approaches to airports and try to get things like that. Now we need to remember to extract that video and make a small short out of it. Okay, we took notes. Back to the task at hand. We may just have to flip DWARF around. Give each of them a third of the screen. Uh-oh, sorry about that. Hello, Justin. Hi, Mark. We caught the ISS at 5 p.m. and there is a video for that. There is no more ISS tonight. It is behind the Earth. Have not had a chance to process the ISS images yet, but we had a very good capture.
Anywhere here in New York in your window system today?
Here's the link mark, saves you from having to find it. It's a short video, 7 minutes. Well, relatively short. Okay, never mind, we're going to do it the hard way. There it is. We'll now rotate it. Et voila. And now we can label Stellina. All right. Can we initialize Stellina or is it too early? .8 mile away, I'll live with that. Okay, 7 degrees, I'm not gonna try that. Usually like to wait till 10 degrees, so we're gonna do that. I don't want to set her up for failure before we start the evening. Okay, we have some bad news here. Seestar is draining the battery even though it is plugged in. We're going to unplug and plug again and see what's going on. Otherwise, it's not going to last the night. All right, this is the secret of technology. Same adapter, same cable. Unplugged it, plugged it back in. Instead of draining the battery, now it's charging the battery. Good evening, John. Yes, it is International Observe the Moon Night. We are observing the moon with multiple telescopes, 2 so far. Stellina will be coming on board momentarily. Interesting thing among the 3 telescopes is aperture or glass surface doubles as we go from Dwarf 3 to Seestar to Stellina. Try it. It's not dark enough. We'll see if it's gonna pull it off. Stellina was my first love of smart telescopes. What made me order her was a report by a NASA engineer who used to design and build observatories for NASA, and he said everything software and hardware that he ever developed in his career is packed into that 24-pound box. Everything from a dew heater, which reminds me, anti-dew. To automatic focus, to plate solving, to filter, automatic filter insertion. Tracking, and among all the telescopes, until you get to very, very big scopes, Stellina is the only telescope with a field derotator on the sensor. It is an Alt-as mount, but the sensor rotates as the Earth is rotating so that you don't have field rotation. We succeeded in initialization. It's doing automatic focus correction, so we are in business there. Hello, Night Waves. So we have 1¼ inch or 1½ inch aperture on Dwarf 3, 2 inches on Seestar, 3 inches on Stellina. Stellina is now 7-8-year-old technology. So she's the old lady here. And while Stellina is doing her thing, this is what the night sky looks like. As seen by the sky cam. Stellina takes its time initializing. Takes a picture of a star pattern and tries to figure out what's going on. Okay, that is not good. It may well be that it's not dark enough for it yet. I don't know. So the plan for tonight is to enjoy the moon for a little bit. And then have a head-to-head imaging of Andromeda. Sounds like I'm gonna need to go downstairs and reset Stellina, turn it off, turn it back on, and see what's going on. Okay, we're closing the arm and we're gonna go through that one more time. These are correct. Seestar has recharged all the way to 97%. I'm happy with that. The DWARF is at 100%, so that is good. So we're going to go for Messier 31 at around 1950. Alright, Stellina is focusing, so we are in business. There is no doubt that Seestar is giving an extremely sharp image of the moon. So we're going to abuse it a bit by zooming in. You can see the colors, the bluish and the brownish, the mineral colors of the moon. Hello, Isobeg. We have autofocused. Initialization successful. Finally, thank you, Stellina. Solar system, can you find the moon? My very first experience with Stellina, I looked at Jupiter and I was blown away. What's going on here? I was blown away by the clarity. And then they decided to upgrade the software. I've never been able to see Jupiter again on Stellina. Always overexposed. Stellina found the moon. The moon is trying to fall and Stellina keeps pushing it up. Well, I have to go with Seestar on this one. Notice the irony. The Seestar sensor is 2 megapixels. The Stellina sensor is 6 megapixels. The DWARF sensor is 8 megapixels. And guess who's giving us the best image? The one with the lowest resolution. Stellina aperture is 3 inches, Seestar 2 inches, DWARF 1.5, and Stellina is doing worse than Seestar. Gonna go grab a drink, I'll be right back. Isobig S50 is alt-as mount. Stellina has a sensor derotator, and DWARF I had to rotate the image by 90 degrees to fit on the screen. Otherwise, DWARF and Seestar will be identical. And let me show you what I mean in just 1 second. This is what we have. So I rotated it. So the three of them will be side by side, elongated, since it's not gonna matter when we do the galaxy. To do Andromeda, I'm gonna have to use mosaic mode on Seestar for it to fit. I think Stellina we'll see. Probably no mosaic mode, otherwise we'll be here all night. We'll see. I'll be back with a drink. Isobig, you must be new to this channel. We don't answer why questions here. We answer what. We're engineers. Hi, Zena. Well, it is International Observe the Moon night. Hi, Tater. Well, we've already gone live, what, 3 times, 4 times today? 1, 2, 3, 4 times. We had a successful hunt of the International Space Station this afternoon. So the plan is to put all 3 telescopes on Andromeda and compare what they do. Remember that natively only DWARF can fit Andromeda in its field of view. And then I'd like to give all 3 of them plenty of time to do justice to Andromeda. And then at which point we can challenge them on the Pleiades M45. So here we go. From left to right. Stargazing. M31. Go gazing. We adjusted that a minute ago. Okay. Stellina. And there is a satellite. No, actually it's a plane blinking on us. Just as a reminder, Andromeda is the closest galaxy to us, to our Milky Way, and we can see it with the naked eye, but not from Phoenix. All right. You will notice that the colors on Stellina are just a touch warmer. That's why I went for a galaxy, not for a nebula, Honorlo. Yeah, right now they are at Andromeda is at 66 azimuth, and the moon is at 130, so they are 65 degrees, almost orthogonal. About the same altitude, but 65 degrees apart is good enough for now. One bit of good news, my low noise amplifier for the radio telescope is in this country now and is scheduled for delivery on Wednesday. I'm going to darken the backgrounds on the smaller scope so they will be just a bit comparable to Stellina. Not quite, but close. Toner law, my challenge right now is how to interpret the data or how to display it. And the big question in my mind is Doppler effect, Doppler drift and the frequency versus magnitude, strength. Which one takes precedence for the coloring of the pixels? I may have to experiment with both. You may notice how much slower Stellina is. It has stacked 8 frames so far compared to Seestar's 28 frames and DWARF's 17. They are all stacking 10-second frames. Hello Fabrice, please subscribe to the channel before you leave us. My plan is to let each telescope stack for an hour. Both Seestar and DWARF at this point are showing the dust lanes. Stellina is showing the nucleus of the galaxy, and that's about it for now. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds stack, so that looks like 15 second. No, 10-second frames, 10 second. To say that Stellina is unhappy is an understatement. She's going round and round, and not stacking anything. Oh, stacked frame. 2 frames. Okay, she's back to stacking. This is a loss of communication between Stellina and the tablet. Okay, we're starting to see some dust lanes at the minute and 50. Seestar is talking from outside the window. I have no idea what she is saying. Earlier this evening we had a plane transit the moon, caught by both DWARF and Seestar. It was 17.5 minutes into the session, so about exactly an hour ago. See, now we're going to put an hour on Andromeda. So we'll probably be done with Andromeda around 9:30 our stack time. And then I'd like to do Seven Sisters, Pleiades, Subaru, M45. So most likely lights out by 11. After I captured the International Space Station, my worst fear materialized, namely the mount crashed. So the very accurate pointing model that I have developed over the past several months that allowed me to capture International Space Station in broad daylight got wiped out in the crash. Now I have to repolar align the mount and start rebuilding the pointing model from the ground up. I have not had a crash of that mount in several months now. This is the first in a long time. That's why we're not watching Saturn tonight. Okay, Stellina. Well, that is an easy remedy if that's all it takes. That is correct, Gina. I will not be getting on Saturn at all tonight. Well, we could compare 3 non-planetary telescopes and see how they will show Saturn. We'll do that after Andromeda. Let's do that after Andromeda. We'll get on Saturn with all 3, just so we can put them side by side. But no, we're not doing the big scope close-up of Saturn. Hello, King. King, you appear to be new to this channel, so welcome to the Pompey Observatory, the only channel on YouTube that streams live in 4K resolution from multiple telescopes. We looked at the moon earlier tonight. Actually, this is the 4th time we go live today. Early this morning we looked at comet C2025 A6 Lemon and Orion, the Horsehead Nebula, and the Beehive Cluster. And then we spent some time with the sunspots during the day. And then we caught the International Space Station in the afternoon. And now we looked at the moon, and we're going to spend some time on Andromeda and then the Pleiades. Hello, see the skies. So we have 14 minutes stacked on Dwarf, 4 minutes on Stellina, and 11 minutes on Seestar. So Dwarf is ahead, having stacked 57 frames to Stellina's 28 frames. And in the case of Seestar, it's 67, 68 frames. Ah, yeah, okay, that's the difference. Dwarf is 15-second shutter speed, whereas Stellina and Seestar are 10-second. "2032, that's 7 years from now." See how good I am at math. We look forward to seeing it. keeping an eye on the sky cam in case we get any aurora borealis. Yeah, you need to be patient for about 7 years to see Cassini. We got Saturn a couple of days ago and it was fairly closed. The rings were almost edge on. I'm going to show you the Jupiter that we took, sorry, Saturn that we took earlier this week. There it is. This was with the Edge HT11. The rings are pretty much shot. Enjoy, buddy, Zena. He's a lucky fellow to have found you. Yeah, Tonerlo, we managed to get cloud bands in it. Oh, buddy, it's a dog. Okay. Tonerlo, you should be able to see M31 with the naked eye in a dark area. Have not been able to do that yet this year. But with a pair of binoculars or a small telescope, you should be able to see it. Don't know about clusters in there, but Messier 32 and Messier 110 are also two galaxies part of the group. And you can certainly see the nucleus. Looks like Stellina is going to be catching up slowly but surely. The colors are a lot softer and the bands are starting to take shape nicely. Very nice. Yeah, I've been to Bortle too, and I appreciate the difference. Zena, I think you click on the $sign next to chat, and then it asks you to set up your YouTube account for payment, and I think PayPal is one of the options you can have, or you can have a credit card. Haven't tried it in a while, don't know, Zena. I just tried it. It says add credit or debit card when you get to the payment option. Yeah, just ask for a card number. This is nice of you, Zena. Thank you. A cup of coffee it is. Thank you. This way I'll stay awake for the late night live streams. We are at 20 minutes on Seestar, 10 minutes on Stellina, and half an hour on DWARF. When I traveled a lot, Zena, Starbucks was the constant in my airports. Always looked forward to getting off the plane so I can get to a Starbucks and have my venti cappuccino with almond milk. Haven't been to an airport since February of 2020. I don't miss being yelled at by TSA agents. And I don't miss sleeping in airports because the connections were cancelled. Having said that, my favorite being stuck at an airport overnight was at Philadelphia. And since I had all night, I decided to go down and walk the tunnels between the terminals. And to my pleasant surprise, I came upon a flag exhibit that showed every flag that was legal in the United States, from the 13-star flag all the way to the 50-star flag, with an explanation of what states joined and when the additional stars were added. So that made it worth it. I still remember that vividly. But other than that, sleeping on chairs in airports, not fun. I like Terminal B at Denver. I think it's about a mile long. I used to walk it from end to end while waiting. Dwarf is halfway to the finish line. Seestar is not far behind. And Stellina taking her jolly time. Hello, Toast. I'm trying to process the International Space Station images from this afternoon. Hello, Bill. We have had a busy day. This is the fourth time we go live today. Early this morning we imaged Comet 2025 A6 Lemon, and then did Orion, the Nebula, and then Horsehead, and then Beehive, and then switched to solar, did sunspots for till about noon, and then in the afternoon we were able to capture the International Space Station flying by. And then the mount crashed, so my pointing model, which was very good, has been wiped out. I have to go back through the process of polar aligning and building a new pointing model. And now this evening we looked at the moon because it's International Observe the Moon Night. And we have Seestar, Stellina and DWARF looking at M31. The plan is to let each of them stack for a full hour and then see what we get. Thanks, Zena. Zena, Bill holds the distinction of being the very first person to buy me a super chat on the channel, long time ago. Well before I knew that these existed. And I still remember Bill's word saying, "We like to encourage good content," and he has never left. He's been with us since. Well, I ran yesterday, so I'm full of endorphins. I made, joking here, the mistake of running with a friend and ended up not realizing it, but ran the first 5 miles 2 minutes per mile faster than I usually run. So I am paying for it now. Well, this morning's session got out of hand very quickly, with lots of newcomers from Western Europe who were up. Ended up with over 2,000 views, 2,500 views, and 20 new subscribers just in the 2-hour morning session. So it was a good one. Zena, we even had a lady from Tucson watching. Yeah, I know that, Bill. Quite a few of my buddies are gonna be frying. Yeah, it was reminiscent of that lunar eclipse when you first asked to help out as a moderator. And then you probably remember the Indian storm when lots of Indians decided that the channel was the place for them to chat. So this morning felt like that because viewership just it was a straight line up by the minute. More and more people joining and introducing themselves and chit-chatting, and many of them not in English. I did not have the time to cut and paste and translate. Hi, Ben. Bill, my low noise amplifier for the radio telescope has cleared the border and it has arrived to the Syracuse post office. They promised me delivery on Wednesday, so we will see how well it does in cloud and rain on Wednesday. Seestar is halfway, 30 minutes. Stellina is 20 minutes. That is an interesting ratio, considering that Stellina's sensor is 6 megapixels and Seestar's is 2 megapixels. Stellina's processor is 8 years old. Seestar's processor is a couple years old. DWARF, on the other hand, is the runaway favorite. At 4 frames per minute, it's at 45 minutes now. So when it gets to 240, we will stop it and give it a chance for the AI or for the Stellar Studio, and then we'll wait for Seestar to finish, and then we'll wait for Stellina to finish. Bill, when Zena said that Buddy likes to lie on the floor and she rubs his tummy, turned out it's a dog. Well, I found out what the problem was with our evening webcast. Was it last night? Whenever we got R2 Swan, because the DWARF 3 app flips from landscape to portrait and back every time you go to Atlas and back, the cell phone mapping of that app confined it into a box inside a box inside a box. And this is why the picture that you sent me indeed shows that the landscape display of dwarf was squeezed inside the portrait display of dwarf, which itself was displayed landscape mode in the portrait frame that is the cell phone. You're welcome, Ben. Yeah, we had very, very good imagery from A6 Lemon this morning. The tail was clearly defined as three separate tails or three separate plumes. It was House of Mirrors of sort, yeah. Did not have that problem with Seestar because Seestar app does not flip when you go from Atlas to photo. I talked to the DWARF lab engineers about it to no avail. That flipping back and forth does not make sense. They're all on vacation now. It's another week-long vacation in China. Well, I'm glad you bought it. Yesterday's success with Dwarf 3 is it was able to calibrate to the east. You were not there to see it move around, but it took several pictures to see where it's dark enough to find stars, and it calibrated to the east and then spun to the west where it was still very bright and found the galaxy. It found the comet. Hello, Gemma. Please subscribe and come often. We're the only channel on YouTube that streams live in 4K resolution from multiple telescopes. If you go back, Gemma, and look at what we did early this morning, we looked at Comet A6 Lemon. It came out very, very nice. And then we took first look at Orion Nebula, and then Horsehead, all with dwarf. And then Seestar looked at the sunspots all morning. And then we caught the International Space Station in the middle of the afternoon. That was live as well. And now we looked at the moon for International Observe the Moon night. And now we're comparing Stellina, Seestar, and Dwarf 3 on one of my favorite galaxies, Andromeda, the one closest to us. We have not been able to capture 3I Atlas yet. It's too close to the sun. I'm waiting for it to loop around the sun and become a morning target, which should happen at the end of October. So we should be able to get it in about 3 or 4 weeks. And for those who did not see this earlier, but this is a picture of Saturn that we took 3 nights ago. Sounds right. Voila. Shows the rings are totally edge on. We had planned to image Saturn tonight. Promised Gina that all 3 telescopes will hop over to Saturn for a quick visit before we move on to the Pleiades M45. Good luck, Bill. The closest we come to the Cheshire Cat is the Cat's Eye Nebula. We have imaged it several times in the past. Toast, not yet. We had trouble early in the afternoon. Again, my tablets are within a foot of the telescopes. Gemma, this is the Cat's Eye Nebula that we captured a little while back. All right, DWARF has reached 240, which is 1 full hour of stacking, so we're stopping it. We're going to run Stellar Studio, see what it looks, and then wait for M31 to catch up on Seestar, and Stellina has ways to go. Toast, you just jinxed it. DWARF has disconnected. Thanks, Ben. Have a good night. Gina, we're trying to get Dwarf to behave. Hello, Fry. Well, it's all Toast's fault. He asked if we have had any trouble tonight, and I said no. And then Dwarf said, "What you talking about?" and disconnected. And I'm unable to talk to it again. So this is what Dwarf came up with. And it's not letting us do any of the additional processing because the tablet will either connect to Dwarf or it'll connect to the internet, but not both. Hello, Jacob. Malinois amplifier has crossed the border and it is with the US Postal Service now. I am bracing myself to having to pay tariffs on it. They said that it will be delivered on Wednesday, so we'll see. If it's delivered on Wednesday, we will be doing some radio astronomy on Wednesday, looking for the hydrogen line and the Milky Way. Yeah, right now I'm trying to wrap my head around converting the output of a fast Fourier transform into colors and debating whether to use the frequency shift or the Doppler shift as the basis for colorizing the pixels, or to use the magnitude to colorize the pixels. I could certainly go three-dimensional, but we'll see. I'm struggling with the concept of a one-pixel telescope, which is what we will have. One pixel with a 30-degree field of view. I put a wanted ad and have not had a single response yet, asking if anybody within the 50-mile radius in which I live has a large C-band satellite TV dish sitting in their backyard that they want to donate to science. No takers yet. There is one lady in Rochester, or near Rochester, with an 8-foot dish in her backyard, but has not posted any pictures. And there are two types of dishes. Those that are plexiglass with an extremely thin coating of copper, which has probably worn off by now after 20 years of receiving hail and rain and snow and temperature changes. And there are the grid made of aluminum or metal. And that's the kind I'm looking for, if I can find one. Duncan, how would you use a flatbed truck as an antenna? Actually, these things, even the largest ones, should be dismantleable into 2 or 3 or 4 pieces, slices of pizza. The only benefit of a large dish is it makes the pixel smaller. We go from 30 degrees to maybe a couple 3 degrees per pixel. I know, I was kidding you. Yeah, we have lots of folks around here with flatbed trailers who offered to help. Hello, Raider. I'm surprised that Stellina has far fewer stars, even though it has the larger lens, larger aperture. So Dwarf reached its 1 hour of stack. I'm going to try to see if I can convince Dwarf to upload that image to the Stellar Studio. Dwarf is a lot like me, cannot multitask. Don't know the answer to your question yet, Duncan. All right, we have processed. I was able to send it manually, and this is the difference between the two, the before and the after. So we're going to go with this image as Dwarf's submission. All right, doesn't want us to rotate it around. So M31 is at 48 minutes. Bill, the saga of the radio telescope in Oswego continues and it gets better by the day. I found out yesterday that they plan to stand the telescope or the antenna, the dish, the 8-foot dish, on a tripod, not on a pier. And I asked them what they plan to do when it gets windy, and they said they want to fasten the ends of the tripod to the concrete slab. And I asked them what do they do about the children who run around Rice Creek pretty much all day long whenever they are there for outings. They said they will tell them not to trip over the legs. They will fence it off, and the word fence between quotes. And I asked them if they knew that critters who live there have an easier time climbing tripod legs at an angle than climbing a fat pier that is straight up, and that the chances of having snakes and mice and rats and chipmunks and you name it chewing on the cords are going to be a lot higher if you use tripods than if you use a tall, straight up, slippery pole. So stay tuned for the next chapter. Jeannie has her own telescope now, and she has been imaging comets with it. I thought of that, Jacob. Initially, they wanted to put it on the roof next to the cell towers that are on the roof. In the meantime, by Wednesday, we will have ours up and running and capturing the hydrogen line with a bit of luck. Yes, Bill, and that was resolved at the tune of $208,000 to build an ADA compliant slab. I used to have a student, long time ago, a graduate student. Any task that I gave him, he took a week and came back with a proof that it cannot be done. He never solved the problem. He spent all his time trying to prove that problems cannot be solved, that there is no solution. And so we named it the Philip principle after him. And I found myself often dealing with the Philip principle when you ask people to do something and they tell you, just give me a week so I can find out why it cannot be done and I'll get back to you. We used to have a lawyer at the lab. Anything that I asked him, the answer was, I know that the answer is no, but give me a few days to find out why. Zina, I am sure you dealt with quite a few of these people in your career. You did not miss much. I was saying that you must have dealt with quite a few people in your career that instead of solving problems, developed proofs as to why the problem cannot be solved, spending all their time and energy to prove that things cannot be done versus getting them done. The initial setup will be pointing straight to the zenith, pointing straight up, and watching the Milky Way pass over it. So that's what BLM stood for, Bureau of Lots of Meetings. Though Sagittarius is near the south, actually near the west meridian, no, south meridian, and it does not reach any higher than 20 degrees from where I am. So your point of pointing the telescope due south is valid if we want to get the center of the Milky Way versus just the arms. My initial focus is going to be Cygnus, and possibly Cassiopeia. Both have very high hydrogen concentrations, so we'll see what we get from them. I do have 2 extra mounts that I'm not using, and I'll see if either of them is RFI, low in RFI, that it could be used. There is a concern about the stepper motors and whether I need to wrap the mount in aluminum and ground it. But right now I have not developed a solid scheme as to how I would scan the sky to build up the full picture of the Milky Way. We'll start with 1 pixel, and then we'll build 1 line, and then we'll build the 2-dimensional image of the Milky Way, and then go 3-dimensional by incorporating the Doppler shift. Yes, I know what you have in mind, Toast. So Seestar is approaching the end of its journey. We'll stop it at 1 hour, and then we'll denoise it, and we will have 2 out of 3. Yes, we will get to Saturn as soon as we have a chance to compare Seestar to Dwarf, which will be in just a couple minutes. We'll leave Stellina to continue its task, or not. I want to let Stellina finish its 1 hour. So we'll hop over to Saturn with the Dwarf and Seestar, and then aim them at the Pleiades. We'll be able to go back and pull up those images and compare them to Stellina when Stellina is done. Yes, Bill. That's how bright the sky is and how much of the sky is wiped out by the moon. It looks daylight, like daylight outside. And the other issue it's going to cause is the coyotes are going to stay awake and they're going to wake up the dogs. But yeah, it is very bright outside. Tomorrow night I plan to attempt a new setup for the mobile observatory and see if we can get to 3i Atlas. I thought this was Hunter's moon. Is it Harvest? Okay, we have exactly 1 hour. Uh-oh. Yeah, it is at a 60-degree angle. When we started, actually more like 66. Difference in azimuth between the two. So this is what we have to compare. Seestar to dwarf, and Stellina is still taking shape. Is that what the Farmer's Almanac says, Toast? So I'm gonna let Stellina continue for another 18 minutes. Xena, here's Saturn. Not much more, John. We're waiting for Stellina to finish M31. We're looking at Saturn quickly. And then we're gonna try to grab M45. The Pleiades on both Dwarf and Seestar. And you see 891 it is. So Stellina is going to take quite a while to flesh out Andromeda. We'll be able to resume M31 tomorrow. That's an interesting new feature with Stellina. You can have multiple nights of stacking on the same target. John, we're not going to get much out of 891 tonight. Big question here, John, is how long will it take before we see anything? Now that the intellectual rigor of the chat has been elevated to British baking shows. We'll give it till 11. It's going to be lights out for me at 11. I'm starting to see semblance of a galaxy forming. Thanks, Zena. Good night to you too. And thanks for the coffee. No, this is Stellina default. Hello, Poindexter. We did the moon earlier tonight. And then we did Andromeda M31, all three telescopes. And right now we are comparing Seestar to DWARF on the M45, Pleiades, Seven Sisters, Subaru, while Stellina, Viewer's Choice, NGC 891. Yes, Seestar is showing more nebulosity than DWARF. Usually it's the other way around. Again, this is where they know how much the moon is messing things up. Yeah, this seems to be the only way to zoom in on Stellina, via the finger pinch. I did not watch the Mars Orbiter. So the plan for the next few days, tomorrow I plan to go back to the cemetery and see if we can get 3i, as well as R2 Swan. I'm going to have to face the reality that DWARF and Seestar, the Wi-Fi antennas on them are very directional, because it has become routine that when DWARF turns sideways, the tablet disconnects from it. So I'm going to have to find a way, even when I'm only a few feet away. I plan to do a thorough measurement, but until then, I may just have to locate it in such a way that we will get those comets and not spend too much time reconnecting. Right now, according to the SkyLive, by tomorrow evening, let's see how far. Swan is going to be 5.7 magnitude, which will make it visible to the naked eye with a bit of luck. So tomorrow at 7 p.m. the sun sets around 6:30 tomorrow. So 7:30 is going to be it for us to be able to see it, our last chance. It'll be about 9 degrees, so we will have gained 2 degrees over yesterday. Yesterday we lost it at 5 degrees, but we were not able to get to it until 7 degrees altitude. In the meantime, Atlas will be only 2 degrees 3i. 3i is halfway between Swan and the Sun. I hear you, Bill. Seestar is a bit less directional and a more powerful signal. I plan to use a signal strength meter and measure both and walk around them or have them rotate and plot those graphs to find out what we need to do. But Seestar misbehaved so badly last week that I could not get compass to calibrate. That circle would just not finish. So if we have any chance of getting 3i Atlas tomorrow, it'll be 7 degrees at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock was still very, very bright. I don't see that happening. I lose everything there at 3 degrees, 4 degrees. Swan is a definite possibility. And the K1 Atlas is ahead of the sun and practically impossible in the evening. Don't know if it's going to be possible in the morning. Not really. The sun rises before Atlas. Okay. Yeah, winter is going to bring us galaxy season. Dwarf has become nothing short of a nightmare when it comes to imaging the brighter galaxies. So a Messier marathon with Dwarf is out of the question at this point. As a simple illustration, let's say we're going from M45 to M33, and let's say we are in a Messier marathon situation. At exactly 22:40, I'm going to see how long it's going to take us to switch from imaging M45 to imaging M33. So in 25 seconds, I'm going to start the exercise. And then we'll do the same with Seestar. Considering that we have to do 110 in 12 hours, so we only have about 6 minutes per target. We're already at 40 seconds since we tried stopping it. And we're going to end the current session. We're going to stop tracking. And we're going to go to M33. It's a minute and a half already of overhead. Two minutes. Go to success, and we're going to start capturing. We're assuming that we're going with default settings, whatever they happen to be. Three minutes. I will consider the test complete as soon as we have an image on the screen. (3:30). 3 minutes and 30 seconds to switch from one target to the next. We'll repeat the same exercise with the Seestar. If we only have 6 minutes per Messier object and we're spending 3.5 minutes in overhead, that's not gonna cut it. Okay, in 2 seconds we start. Object M33, locate, go to one minute. Okay, it's 1 minute and 10 seconds. So that is the difference. Yeah, exactly 3 times longer. Having said that, Dwarf 3 was willing to calibrate to the east last night and then go look for a comet to the west. Seestar will not do that. Seestar will insist on plate solving at the target, which is why it can never find a comet when the sky is still bright. We're going to repeat the same test on Stellina. "30 seconds. Plate solving on Stellina is using old technology, so it takes a while. So Voyager is 1 light day away from Earth now. Okay, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. One of the projects that my Oswego students are working on is developing an AI approach to the Messier catalog, and it includes determining the exposure length per target, optimum exposure length for a given telescope. So at this point, if we go with with Seestar for the Messier marathon, and if I give them the upper limit as from sunset to sunrise to finish it all, they should be able to compute the time that we ought to spend on any given Messier object and the order in which we should tackle them. No, Bill. Every time they have done a D3 firmware update, things got slower. D2 used to be very fast. I once did, I think it was 30 or 40 Messier objects in under an hour on DWARF 2. I shall try asking AI. A while back, Jacob asked ChatGPT to give us in the order in which we would execute a Messier marathon. And they gave a pretty good list. Next question is going to be not only the order in which we execute it, but how much time do we spend on each target? What does end of March, early April look like moon-wise? Well, March 3rd is going to be a full moon, so 2 weeks later is going to be the Messier marathon. Yeah, March 18th or thereabouts, and April 16. Weather permitting, that'll be an all-nighter at using Mimo. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today 4 times. I'm gonna call it a night and pack the equipment and try to get some sleep. We will be back tomorrow in the evening from the remote Pompey Observatory, trying to get both R2-SWAN and we'll see if we can get 3i Atlas. But R2-SWAN is 5.5 magnitude now, so that should be a lot of fun. So long for now, and see you guys tomorrow.